Howdy folks, gonna be getting things started in about a minute. Okay, there it is. This new streaming program has a different icon, and I keep getting lost trying to look for the old one and not finding it. Okay, let's see. I gotta say, it is very disconcerting that I no longer have the volume controls next to a chat preview window, that I have to like bounce around between them to find them. But we will get used to that. So, where to begin? Catching up from yesterday, I have made a couple of changes in the pursuit of having an easier time with Control Mirror Game 1s because that has kind of felt like the only place that's remotely difficult, so why not make it better? I have cut our last remaining piece of 1 mana hand hate and put in a Teferi's contingency with the expectation that one hard counter spell in the late game probably won't go amiss, and also if you hit a Rusko or a Thibblethip with a Teferi's contingency, your opponent's very miserable for the rest of the game. Any other changes to the Fireball deck, or they're only been focusing on Alchemy? I have a number of changes that I have been testing to the Fireball deck that mostly are oriented around trying to preempt more main deck opposing graveyard hate and to also be better positioned for the mirror. But I haven't really come to anything concrete and haven't put a ton of time into it because I've been spending more time on Alchemy. The other change I made was to switch a Sunfall and a Outrageous Robbery Sunfall from the main into the side and Robbery from the side into the main. Kind of just pre-boarding a little more than I was before for Control Mirrors. Maybe it's overkill. I don't know. Unclear. Let's see, where else were we? I do find myself wondering if Lauren of the Third Path is not the card I should have in my sideboard. I wanted something I could bring in against the green-red enchantment burn decks, and there's a couple of different versions of that, weirdly enough. Some that focus on Overcooked, and some that focus on Fiery Inscription. And Lauren's okay against those, but I don't love that Lauren isn't great against the ring in Control Mirrors, and is basically a 3 mana sorcery speed spell that removes what do you call it? Midnight Clock. And that's just not that great. I really would like a instant speed exile disenchant, which exists in green, but I don't think exists in white. Get Lost at number 4 would be totally fine for the matchup against green-red, and might even be better than Lauren, but I feel like in both of those positions I'd want a disenchant. What about the 1-mana white instant that exiles creatures and enchantments and draws something cheaper? I probably couldn't play that because hitting a Midnight Clock would conjure an opponent's Fibblethip into play from their library, which would draw them 3 cards, which would be kind of miserable. I also think it's probably not legal, if I recall correctly. I think that rotated, but who has any clue whatsoever? Artifact. Like, does white just have... Okay, so we do have actual disenchant if I was okay missing the ring. And maybe I am okay missing the ring. Can I really bring in just disenchant against control mirrors? But if that's the logic, could I really bring in Lauren against control mirrors? Because maybe I can't. Don't want sorcery speed if I can help it. Alright, so thinking about it, I'm getting rid of the Laurens. I don't think Lauren actually does what I want Lauren to do at all. I will play a 4th Get Lost, which I guess I'm crafting. Oh, I wish I could play Terra Sunder so badly do I wish. I guess I could just put a Steel and Oil in the board instead of that Lauren. It wouldn't actually give me another disenchant against the red-green decks, though, if I did that, would it? I would be sitting at 8, functionally, between the 4 Get Losts and the 4 Portents. Could be okay. Banishing Slash is not legal. Make your move. Artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. That is technically better than disenchant, I suppose. I think, like, probably irrelevantly better than disenchant, because I'm not sure any of the decks have a creature with power 4 or greater, but technically better. Non-land? I keep seeing players play Legion to Ashes, and I guess maybe this is the reason. The thing is that it's kind of confusing to me that this is just like, if it never hits tokens, and I can't think of that many scenarios where it would hit tokens, because token or conjured things aren't tokens. This is just vindicate the exiles, but can't hit lands, and I don't know if that's good at sorcery speed. That doesn't seem good at sorcery speed. Yeah? Are you desperate to get out, kitty cat? Freedom awaits until, 20 seconds from now when freedom is overrated. Oh, dear me, dear me, dear me, dear me. Put target non-land historic permanent into its owner's library, but enchantments aren't historic. So that doesn't work. I truly can't imagine doing Vanish into Eternity, but I'm getting concerningly close to going that direction. Oh dear. Huh. If desynchronized costs less mana, maybe almost. Talion's Throne Guard, I keep getting so close to wanting to play, but it just doesn't quite... Huh. Okay. Well... Sudden setback, huh? That is not card disadvantage. I don't know that it really accomplishes the goal I'm looking for against the red-green decks, though. Okay, maybe it would have to be Legions to Ashes then. But is that actually better than... If it's sorcery, then it's the same thing as the creature we're replacing. I guess it's flexible because it can hit a creature. And it hits the ring, but I don't think hitting the ring is as big a deal as getting an instant speed way to do it. I don't think that works for me. Does it have to be Vanish into Eternity then? Is that like all I'm staring at that accomplishes something that I care about? It feels like, somewhat bizarrely, Vanish into Eternity is the card I'm about to put in my sideboard. Just play pigs? I can't play more pigs! Actual first. Oh. Huh. Why isn't that showing up? I don't dislike that. I do not dislike that. I think that actually makes sense to me. I think you nailed it. I'm going to also switch out a Disdainful Stroke for a negate, I think. I will happily craft a first pig. Or here. What do I want the card to accomplish? I guess it's still not instant speed, but it's at least lower opportunity cost. I want something that can get rid of 3 mana enchantments against red-green burn decks, and I potentially want something that can meaningfully answer random artifacts and enchantments and control mirrors. It might be that we don't actually bring in the pig, come to think of it. I don't know if I actually need... Like, most control mirrors, I can probably just play Stern Scolding and post board and not feel horrible about that. The Overcooked decks are incidentally worth dealing with. Playing against them, I have been less scared of the Overcooked decks than I have of the Fiery Inscription decks. The Fiery Inscription decks just kind of go off faster and are doing things that is harder for me to interact with, I have found. The Overcooked decks are just substantially more vulnerable to temporary lockdown overall, I think. I guess that's kind of true. We could just play Haywire Might, couldn't we? Unclear if we need the pig synergy. Destroy Evil doesn't hit artifacts. Spiteful Banditry for 0. Wow. I don't really want to use a No More Lies on any of this, so we'll just get rid of this Archivist. Do I care about getting this tap land out of my hand when I kind of want to develop a white source? I think I kind of want to develop a white source. Oh, that's true, yeah, you do need green for might. That's a very good point. We aren't a Bant deck. Very, very good point indeed. That Haywire Might's going to make the temporary lockdown kind of awkward, but I guess I can just hit it at any moment that they don't have green, huh? Although it's unclear how many moments they're not going to have green. Have I considered Shieldred for Fiery Inscription? Shieldred doesn't really do anything fast enough against Fiery Inscription, I don't think. Cool. Everybody likes a pig. I don't see any reason I should let my opponent have cards. Sure. They tutor up their 3-drop. They do a good job of making all of the cool cards rares. It does make me very sad. Cool. Did they tap out of green sources? Looks like it. Then I'm going to take my opportunity to get the lockdown down while they don't have protection up for the Haywire Mites. I mean, I would define all of Magic as desiring profit to some extent or another. I have no interest in allowing you to keep an overcooked in play, opponent. I will answer your good cards and ignore everything else. No, my piggy. Rip. Alright, well, more disenchants seem great, because I don't really know what this deck does if it doesn't get to stick a 3-mana permanent. But it does seem like they're now at the point where they're main decking some pretty respectable quantities of answers to temporary lockdown, which is rather impressive. Cool. That doesn't fizzle, so we get to have a disenchant later. Not missing land drops, my favorite. I'm gonna hold on to the pig. I don't want to lose my pig to a board wipe. Questing Druid. I would love to potentially find an answer to that. Yeah, the Fireball deck is wildly cheap at the moment. I don't know what these are, but it's better than the other ones. Alright. If you can find the Nissas... Okay, cool. I will take all of them then. Deal. That does resolve, though. I appreciate that my opponent does not have mites to do anything with Jarsel. Mini partings. Deal. A Jarsel. Deal. Oh, Stern Scolding counters mites. That's cool. My Alchemical Romance. I don't... Well... I respect the pun, but do we have any inciting cards that would make the pun valid? No, not my draw 7. What will I do without the ability to draw 7 cards in this situation? Let's go ahead and loot. I could temporary lockdown just to remove a bunch of permanents, but eh. Alright, so you're gonna, what, Perilous Iteration me? That is sad. I will live, but that is sad. Luckily we exiled those with our pig, so Jarsel isn't going to be able to cast an Overcooked. Yep, there's your Perilous Iteration. Deal. Am I going to let them have an Overcooked here so that I can exile it with pig? I don't think so when I can just make all of their Overcookeds cost 5 for the rest of the game. That seems better to me. Oh, I guess do I need to answer you? Yeah, that is how that's going to work. Okay. So they get the Perilous Iteration into a 5-drop. Paying its mana cost. This hasn't changed its mana cost. Oh, but this spell costs 2 more to cast, so they still have to spend 2 mana with the Jarsel. That's kind of neat. Alright, let's see if we can find any Braids. That'd be helpful. Oh, also let's see if we can kill him. I guess that's a possibility. Alright, well that kills a Jarsel. I don't have any creature lands. Overcooked does what? Something, artifact, something, something. I do not know. I am not going to figure out if I can lethal my opponent this turn. I believe the answer is that I cannot. I would like to play a mountain. I would like to cast a temporary lockdown to remove some food from my opponent. Oh, and the Spiteful Banditry. Cool. Yeah, we're good. I'm just going to sit here with 2 Stern Scoldings. My opponent can play a 5-mana Overcooked out of their hand if they want to. I think that's fine with me. Okay, my Rust goes down. They have a treasure. They have a Jarsel. Okay, that's a real magic card. And a research desk. Okay. Oh, right. Because they're playing Jarsel, they're not guaranteed to get a Overcooked. Huh. That's certainly very awkward for them, isn't it? 2 or more non-land permanents. Instead, conjure a card named Food Fight. Okay. So, if I were to cast an Overcooked and a temporary lockdown, then that would imply that I would get a Food Fight. Right. Right. Artifacts have sack it. It deals 2 damage. So now my artifacts do damage, I guess. So I just need to survive long enough to burn them out with Overcooked, I guess. Maybe? What do they get? More research desks? Okay. More research desks. And tapping out for an Overcooked. Deal. Let's see. Do I have any way to make an artifact? Oh, I do. Rusco. Okay, so that's interesting. So I should Sauron's Ransom to try to find a Rusco for lethal, I guess. None of this is Rusco. That is a Rusco. Set an in-step stop. Play a Rusco. What do you know? Understanding how the opponent's cards work is beneficial. Alright. I would like to sack a Midnight Clock to deal 3 damage? Question mark? Cool. Great. Thank you. Good times, good times. What am I doing? I'm definitely playing Get Losts. I feel like I need Stern Scolding because I actually do need answers to Mites. I basically need to answer Mite, Jarsel, and Overcooked. But I guess they might have ways that they can spice things up post-board, maybe. I wouldn't mind more Teferi's contingencies in this matchup. Do I want Kaya? I guess Kaya is 2 exiles of enchantments, so maybe that's good. I don't know how much I'm supposed to lean into Temporary Lockdown. I don't think I'm supposed to lean into Surge of Salvation. I'm probably supposed to lean into a pig post-board. I can probably get rid of Sunfall for a pig. Do I want Negate? Do I want Duress? I should probably want Duress. I might not need as many reprieves. I can probably play a Negate over a Stern Scolding. Kinda wouldn't hate finding room for a Lorien revealed, but I don't actually know how to do that, so we'll call it good. Okay. This is weird, but acceptable-ish. I have a blue-white pain land in this deck? Not sure how I've never noticed that before. Alright, well, I guess let's just set up for lockdown. Uh-huh. So Jarsel must be defeated. Them's is the rules. Stern Scolding kind of awkward. Is there a reason I would like to hold up Stern Scolding here? No, not a good enough reason, I don't think. Do I want a land at this point? I might need better than a land. I might need card advantage. The MTG bot might... Well, no, it had first little pig. I think you're getting rate limited on how often you can do that, most likely. Okay, I assume opponent probably puts Haywire Might into play here, but if they put the Archivist, I'm presumably fine with that. They go for the Archivist. Cool. Land, Archivist, sure. I will not Stern Scolding that. There's nothing with 2 mana value. Am I willing to take this damage? Yes. Would like to blow up a Jarsel. Your Archivist can get bigger. That is allowed. Opponent was on the play. I think I just lock down and tap land here. Retrieve Socks. He just left. Jaya is our post-board juke. Okay. We're going with that. Ooh, that seems interesting. Alright, a Rusco. We got Stern Scolding for a Might. I have a lockdown at some point in the future for attempting to make Jaya annoyed. Uh-huh. That is presumably a Might. I will counter the Might. Untap land plus Jarsel get back Might would be real bad. There's the untapped land, there's Jarsel. Yeah, didn't have a lot of options for dealing with that.
You're no match for my students.
They go for the clock. Okay. Interesting. Where does that leave me? Does not feel like this is a terribly meaningful spot to temporary lockdown. So let's just drain 2 mana. Nothing they can actually get back yet. Not wildly impressed by First Little Pig here. What is the unknown that you are willing to give me, Rusco? Best possible thing it could be for me would be untap land plus divination, but I doubt they would give me that. I mean, I doubt it's likely that we would hit enough stuff for that to be the case. I will take the face down here, though. Well, okay, that's interesting. Captivating Crossroads, cast temporary lockdown, punch Jaya? I guess we kind of have to. If I don't, they just downtick Jaya and kill Rusco. We're a land away from downticking on Kaya, and the Duress, I actually would have preferred the Duress in the graveyard so we could cast it free off of a downticked Jarsel, but yeah, whatever, we'll take it. Is Lauren better than Pig? Well, I don't know if I actually like Pig. I don't know if Lauren's better than Pig, but I like the fact that we actually exile stuff with Pig so that they can't get it back with Jarsel, which seems like a relevant factor. And they shove aside for Rusco. Very well.
Go on, impress me.
Awkward. Yeah, that's not that surprising. Really didn't want to miss that land drop. We're gonna have to do our best to not miss this land drop.
Not impressed.
Alright, where does that take us, I wonder? In terms of standards, power level, where do you think Fact or Fiction would stand? I don't know, because a lot of that depends on graveyard synergies. What do we have here? Jarsel in a braid with no targets, huh? Okay, I can live with that. Do we play a Jarsel just to get a Haywire Mite? Probably correct.
The experience will do you good.
You know what? It occurs to me, it would actually be nice to get rid of this Jaya, and that 3 mana instant that exiles a non-land permanent could just exile Jaya, which is potentially interesting. Are we just doing this? Is this what we're about now? Or am I pigging Archivist and playing Portent? I don't think that I'm Kayaing yet. Maybe I am? Yeah. I think I'm making a 3/4 pig. That's bad. Still have to make a 3/4 pig so that I can actually not get blown out by Jaya down ticking. But the overcooked is going to be rough here. We're a little too far behind on board. Shove sign. Overcooked. Then Jaya. Yeah. Then this, then over. Yeah, okay. That's lethal.
Out of the frying pan and into, well, you know.
The only thing we could steal with, or the only thing we could cast with Jarsel was Duress, which wasn't super great. I really wish I could have Farewell in this matchup. So I don't think we change anything, but I do desperately wish this first little pig was that 3-mana exile effect now, so I think we do that going forward. And if we're on the play, actually, I think I just like the idea of playing Repeal or Reprieve? Reprieve. Sort of the same thing. Could I use Kaya on your own lockdown? I could, but I don't think that put me in a good position, really. Might have been for the best. I was operating under the assumption that our position would be okay if they didn't have anything, which I think maybe was what I was... No, that's sad. What I was supposed to do? Just play as though they don't have anything? Because I can't beat them having something? Unfortunately, they had a lot of things, but sometimes you're just supposed to be in those positions. Haywire Might, sure. Lockdown is kind of awkward against Might, but it's also good against Might. So I don't know that I would view it as, like, inherently bad. Like, take this position that our opponent had to put themselves in. Drawing temporary Lockdown would be stellar. Unfortunately, we don't have an untapped white source. But, you know, other than that part, would be great. I would probably rather deal with an overcooked. Okay. Okay. That's actually pretty weird. Because I'm kind of going to need 2 white sources on their turn. I'm gonna need to get lost the Overcooked and get lost the Haywire Might in all likelihood. Why are you willing to attack into Restless Anchorage? Shouldn't that be unacceptable to you? Okay, I'm interested to see how this is worthwhile to you. Sure, you get that. You get the Overcooked. Oh, right, you draw cards off of it. Sure, okay, fair enough. You just wanted me out of counter spells, but I couldn't have actually stopped that anyway. You may map tokens, opponent. This is going to be tough. This is not enough card advantage, really. Forgetting that Elvish Archivist draws a card on the enchantment was pretty bad. I don't know how much I'll be able to recover from that. Yeah, that mustn't be allowed. Jaya. Okay, that's not a Jarsel. That's the important part.
Of course you should fight fire with fire. Taught them everything they know. You win some, you lose some.
But we're in a lot of trouble the second they find a Jarsel. Do I actually just want more cancels? Is that like the experience we're having here? I kind of feel like that's the experience we're having here. Hey, that's one of the best draws. Woo! Are there any cards that blow up multiple enchantments? You're willing to give me untap land plus Rusco because you just don't care if you're going to get to put more Overcookeds in play here, huh? What did you hide from me? Can I beat this with Rusco? What if you hit Jarsel? If you hit Jarsel and play Haywire Might, I might actually be able to beat that with the temporary lockdown in hand. You did not give me Sauron's Ransom and No More Lies. You know what? I actually am happier with the pile I took. Ugh. Alright, one Jarsel, huh? Yeah, it's not great for me. Cease and desist. Yeah, but that would hit temporary lockdown, which sounds unpalatable. 1 permanent. 2 permanent. I do not how likely it's looking that they will just hold up the mana for that might. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just actually want more absorbs rather than more disenchants. So you're telling me there's a chance. It does draw 2 cards. Still, that is good. Alright, so you're telling me there's not really a chance. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just playing cancels. I think that's actually the trick. I think I'm just putting cancels in the sideboard. Okay. Okay. Funky, but okay. Yeah, Teferi's Contingency is the one I want to play. I think that just scales so much better into the late game than 1/1s. So what if I don't play Negate, and I don't play this pig, and I don't play this pig, and I just play 2 contingencies? I feel like that actually makes me very happy. I still don't know if I have, like, the correct mix of board wipes in the side, but I feel like if my opponent's playing some dirtily value engine attempting to beat me with card advantage deck, then just having flexible counterspells that hit everything and make them play wildly off curve is in my favor. Especially when Jarsel is so much of what I'm having an awkward time with. I'm assuming we don't really have any graveyard hate that's meaningful. Does Jarsel even target? That is perhaps an important question to ask ourselves. Can you fizzle Jarsel at all on the stack? Well, alright. Game plan, draw a black source. Okay, doesn't target. Yeah, so not really going to do much in the way of fizzling it. This is not a black source in the sense of getting to on-curve Sauron's Ransom, which makes me sad, but it is a black source in terms of being able to eventually cast Sauron's Ransom. And that is perhaps good enough. Your counterspell too bad? No. Never. There's no such thing as a counterspell so bad I wouldn't play it. Howdy, howdy. How goes it? I would like a black source to cast my fact or fiction. Alright. Perhaps not supposed to play the demolition field there. Well, then again, I guess it doesn't matter. Alright. What's the worst you could do, opponent? Counterspell? Dare you counterspell when I may simply untap and play Clocks? Ooh. Clocks? Or 3 magic cards that get put in my hand. I would like the larger number, please. Okay, you know what? Fair. I understand the pain, opponent. I understand why you had to make the choices you made. Fair enough. What am I getting rid of here? Oh boy, all of my cards are good. That's a shame. I actually kind of wish that I had played this Seachrome Coast in retrospect, now realizing that I need to discard a hand size. Is no more lies important next turn for resolving Rusco? Probably. What if I simply discarded pigs? How wrong could that be? Hey, happy to hear recovery's going well. Okay, opponent, I would like your Mirex to go away, please. Thou dost not wish to make a might at instant speed? Kind of regret using that black source and not firing off Sauron's Ransom there, but what are you going to do? Life would be very boring if we didn't constantly make mistakes. Here's an interesting paper question for you that presumably has a real answer that I don't know. Does your opponent, when looking at a pile of 4 cards for Sauron's Ransom face down, get to know which of those cards was the top card of your deck? Or am I allowed to shuffle the top 4 cards of my deck before handing them to the opponent? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Because if this resolves and the opponent needs to make a pile, I guess they know Reprieve in this position too, don't they? But if I had Scryed instead of... No, wait, Surveil is no... Wait, why did it have an eyeball? They shouldn't know what that was, right? Because that was Surveil, not Explore? Yeah, I would be willing to believe that they know the order of the cards while looking at them. But that'd be an odd judge call if you needed to confirm what the order was, because the player only realized they had access to that information mid-resolution. Discard 2 cards to hand size. Oh no. I guess I should probably stop playing Sauron's Ransoms while I actually have lands, come to think of it. I'm no longer getting that much benefit out of it. Opponent's trying to deck us. Well, luckily, I have a plan for dealing with that. And the answer is make more land drops than them and then kill them. I think they kind of have to fight over this if they don't want to discard to hand size, but presumably they have bad cards they're willing to discard to hand size. But either way, hey, cool. I'm going to take the pile of 3 cards because that has a chance to have a land in it. It had 2 lands in it. Wow. Okay. Now what, opponent? Now we discard to hand size? Cool. I'm going to keep making land drops. Oh no, I have to discard a real card if I go to discard here. That would be probably bad. I don't want to discard a real card. What do I do about that? I think I just pass. I will discard a real card. Will I discard a land? I could discard a No More Lies. I might need a No More Lies less than I need a land. That could be a mistake, but that depends on what the top cards of my deck are, and who knows what the top cards of my deck are. Aha! Opponent simply wants to get a land in an uncounterable fashion, rather than draw 3 cards. Deeply understandable. I would like to play a land that increases my chances of finding a land, and Temporary Lockdown is not a land. It's a strange, strange world we live in, Master Jack. I think I'm just gonna keep making land drops for the foreseeable future. I don't know why I would do anything if I'm allowed to just not do anything instead. What, does anyone else stream Alchemy? I mean, there's not a lot of reason to frequently. How important do I think resolving Rusco is for presumably either of us? Well, I would like to make you use something, opponent. I don't know that I actually care what they do here. Yeah, mostly I kind of just figured they were going to do nothing. That tracks. Alright, now they're tapped out enough that I just get to do my Rusco shenanigans. Sounds good to me. Opponent, I would like to Rusco. What do you have to say about it? Rusco returns to my hand. Am I okay with this? Yes. Opponent, I would like to have a Rusco. What do you have to say about this? Rusco resolves. Deal. Alright, so I'm 1 mana short of just having a bajillion counter spells up. But, okay. How many good cards do you have, opponent? You have a lot of cards in hand, so some of them should be good. Pig in the Rusco. Do I want to reprieve that? I believe I would like to reprieve that, opponent. Deal. Pig on Rusco. Acceptable-ish. Now I do have to play Defend This Midnight Clock, which might be kind of hard. Instant speed? Okay, I was gonna say, instant speed exile. This is... maybe too many lands? That could be a problem. Perhaps I wish I had the No More Lies right about now. Sauron's Ransom. I actually kind of have to let you have that, huh? Ew. They take the Rusco very well. It's presumably going to be hard for them to resolve something through this contingency. They go for the Porcine Portent first, so that does demand a contingency. This contingency actually being a hard counter in this turbo late game position feels so incredibly relevant. Alright, so in the future... Wait, countering Lendaham makes neither side cost 2 more, and countering Porcine Portent makes both sides cost 2 more? Is that actually how that's supposed to work? Or is that a graphical glitch? Weird. Each card gains that. Is that at it? Huh. Weird. Alright, let's get the creature land down, I guess. Well, we've got enough mana that we're going to flip this clock. Opponent's on 11 mana, we're on 15? That slightly favors us. Do I wish to attempt to counter this Rusko by drawing 7 cards? Probably. Lendaham is not the name of a card, but it does say cards named Porcine Portent perpetually gain it. I just didn't think spells that weren't named that would also gain it, but I guess technically that reading sort of makes sense if you think about it in a certain way. It's kind of weird, but, you know, sure. Okay, there's a Rusko. In response to the Rusko, I would like to exile the Rusko so you cannot put counters on your thingy. Bonk. There's a clock. But I have a pig. Opponent has a creature land. But I have a pig. I have all of my basics. They do not, so Demolition and Fielding their land would actually be losing mana at this point, so that doesn't sound desirable. I would like to play a Rusko. I would like to make a clock. I would like to make a pig. Three of their Ruskos exiled? Oh yeah, I guess so. I cannot get rid of that Rusko, which is sad, because I would like to fizzle that pig. I love that that cost 5 mana and the other side cost 6 mana. That's so good. We will get rid of this clock. I don't know why Arena's so dedicated to keeping the clock untapped. I should have played a... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm going to get use out of this No More Lies. It's fine. We're going to call that technically not an error. On account of it not technically being an error. Or technically not being an error. One of those two things. We misplay specifically so we can bluff the opponent. No. Alright, well, we still have a clock. Opponent has 1 Rusko remaining. We have 1 Rusko remaining. Clock down. We have a Rusko. Okay. It's the final Rusko. Probably wanted to leave up Demolition Field there, Arena, but okay. That's fine. Alright, punchity punchity. Bumper Restless Anchorage. Sauron's Ransom. I would love a Sauron's Ransom, because that's 4 damage, baby. Technically. I don't think I'm going to get a lot of use out of the Stern Scolding in what I assume is, like, the 71 card mirror. No, they're playing Mirror, so they're technically doing something different. No, not the pig. They don't actually have enough mana to play both sides of the pig here, which is incredibly hilarious when they have 10 mana. Alright, 4th Rusco down. There are no Rusco dreams to be had here. Clock, 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 clocks. Somehow we're now at the point of the game where, like, all I'm doing is attempting to clock the opponent in multiple ways. No. Okay. I would like this one instead, then. Unfortunately, this is going to lose the ring after a single attack, but we are going to get to attack for 7. That part's cool. I will absolutely take Teferi's Contingency. I don't... Oh, because the other one was the card that wins the game? You know what? Fair. I'm still deeply happy taking Teferi's Contingency, but I get it. Bonk. Oh, it's only 3 damage with the ring? Oh, wow. They really undertuned this ring mechanic. Doesn't even do 4 damage. Can you believe it? Opponent, you want to let me make your ham cost like 10 mana instead of 6? Yeah, or something. Okay. Oh, I should have mapped that. Forgot about that part of the everything. I guess I'm supposed to get rid of your life gain, huh? I'm going to assume I don't have any basics left to get. Wow. I didn't. How shocking. I feel like I'm actually not in a rush to put counters on these midnight clocks, because I actually love my hand. It's inconvenient, but okay. Sure. Having Teferi's Contingency in hand is kind of like having a Time Walk in hand. Okay. Wait, this is still... It's still a ring bearer? I thought it stopped being the ring bearer if it stopped being a creature. Okay. What? Huh? Become or remain your ring bearer. I thought it was a thing during draft where if you made something into a creature and it stopped being a creature, it stopped being a ring bearer. I thought that was like a thing with vehicles that happened, right? Am I going crazy? Was that not a thing in draft? I mean, like, I don't know how the opponent could have ever won there regardless, but I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I thought that was a thing in draft. Alright, I don't want Stern Scoldings. I want Surge of Salvation, I want Disdainful Stroke, Glory and Reveal, things that do instant speed, none of this, none of this. And we'll cut a Get Lost. Oh no! I'm short one card! My sideboard clearly needs more hate for the mirror! Hey, Sarisia! Thanks for the resub! I continue to appreciate it. What am I thinking? I know vehicles existed in that draft format. Was it vehicles that I was thinking of? Or... I'm just gonna feel like I'm going slowly insane for the rest of the day, I think. Okay. Opponent also Lorien revealing. Now, we're not going to be able to counter a 3-drop if they want to resolve it, but you can't really counter Sauron's Ransom in this matchup anyway, so I guess whatever. Something you can only give to a creature, but something a permanent can have. That's wild. So was that actually the way it worked on Arena at first, or was Arena wrong? Because I feel like I remember it not working that way. But maybe I'm crazy. Ooh, tap land. Opponent doesn't get to hold up their stuff, huh? What do I want this on? I guess I kind of badly want this on. No. I can't put it on black because then I can't Teferi's Contingency if I need to. Which hypothetically matters if the opponent just decides to get frisky and jams a Rusko. Actually, well, maybe I wasn't supposed to hold up Sauron's Ransom here at all. Come to think of it, because I've got land drops. But I guess I was still supposed to play Captivating Crossroads on Teferi's Contingency regardless. Yeah, I don't think it actually benefits me to play the... So that is perhaps one downside of having fewer 1-mana hand hate spells, is it's harder to go like early hand hate spell into Sauron's Ransom to refuel. But that's probably fine. It's probably fine. Am I supposed to start blowing up Restless Fortresses aggressively here? Probably. I was gonna say, there's no way you got Tidebinder, right, opponent? I don't know how concerned about outrageous robbery I need to be. This is going to be a really weird mirror match until I actually, like, feel stuff out. Pretty sure I'm supposed to go for this aggressively to filter out my lands. Think we can play Seachrome Coast here? If they Sauron's Ransom in this position, that has to be acceptable. Been finding that I'm having a tough time getting the time in the matchup to tap out for robbery. I mean, sometimes you just do it not because... not because it's going to resolve, but because it gives you an opening for something else to resolve, if that makes sense. I'm trying to decide if I want to reprieve this. Because if I bait them into casting a big robbery on their end of turn when I go to Sauron's Ransom, I get to resolve a Kaya, which might actually be hard for them to deal with. I think I kind of want to try to bait them into that. The problem with No More Lies is I don't leave myself with anything wildly good up after that point, because I'm stuck with this swamp that's actually kind of annoying. Okay. This should be pretty okay-ish. This is why we put Kaya in the deck. So hopefully Kaya does Kaya's job here. The Outrageous Robbery is going to be annoying, but Kaya on the board is just wildly difficult to interact with. Okay. Huh. I guess they're just supposed to downtick back? That's pretty confusing. Perfectly symmetrical violence is weird. I am also willing to do this, I guess. I would like 7 of your finest cards, opponent. I have no idea what's going on, but okay. This has entered the turbo nightmare stage of I can't tell what's happening. Oh gosh, we're gonna have to fight over reprieve, drawing cards that our opponent casts when they reprieve the cards we stole from them. And the reverse is also true. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, that's big steel. Definitely big steel energy. What is happening? Okay, that duress taking Outrageous Robbery is pretty sad. Will not lie. That part's not cool. Luckily, the other half of my hand was invincible. Alright, so I have a reprieve, which is going to be really good, but if they have a reprieve, then it's really bad. I should have probably sorcery speeded this Sauron's Ransom, actually, so that wasn't a target for reprieve. Maybe I don't actually care about them reprieving the Sauron's Ransom because the Midnight Clock's about to go off, so card advantage is irrelevant. Maybe. Maybe it's irrelevant. Oh, boy. They play land from exile. I think that should imply that they don't have any lands in hand, because I think you're supposed to play lands from hand before you play lands from exile. I would like to play this ransom. I think. That's fine. That was my ransom. Is this my reprieve? No. Okay. My ransom can go back to my hand. I'm fine with that. Okay, back to my turn again. Clocks, clocks, clocks. How are clocks looking? 10, 8, 6, 8, 6, 3. Land. Combat? Swing. Pass? Clock? Pass. Uh, 14 minutes to 14 minutes. Outrageous robbery. My outrageous robbery. Delightful. Opponent, I would love to draw that outrageous robbery. Drew a reprieve. Stellar. So 5, 6. Opponent, I would love to robbery for 6. I guess. I think? No more lies. I'm really hoping they don't have Spell Pierce. I'd like to return No More Lies to your hand. We draw a card. Counters on clocks. Cards get exiled. We get one of their outrageous robberies. That's probably good. They shuffle back in. I honestly can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing for them. I think that I'm winning this game by a lot because I have more lands in play, and I think perhaps that is the only metric that actually exists, but it's hard to tell. If we put all of their cards in exile, casting spells actively removes their lands. That's cool. I guess. Okay, they have 33 cards. I have 37 cards. Is this relevant? Is anything relevant? Is there anything relevant in this match? Do I need Stonebrain just to exile all of my opponent's outrageous robberies to make this match make any sense? Would like to counter and counter. Oh, I would like to robbery for 4, please. I guess. Reprieve. Could I convince you to allow me to exile this Rusco token so you stop draining me, because that might hypothetically matter at some point. Okay, cool. In that case, now that that has happened, can I make all of your reprieves cost more, please? Cool. Okay, and now your hand is gone, I guess. And you have a new hand. What would you like to do about outrageous robbery now, opponent? Okay, cool. Outrageous robbery resolves and I steal one of their outrageous robberies. And then I would like to draw 7 new cards after all of that, I guess. Okay, cool. We drew an outrageous robbery. I think we're milling them to death. I think that's the plan. I think that's the actual game plan. Oh yeah, this reprieve still costs more. Absolutely. Win condition? Mill. Legitimately, actually, truthfully, we are going to mill them out by putting all of their cards in exile with outrageous robbery. That is the whole plan. No, my robbery. Okay, I play Rusco. Do I have any removal spell for a Rusco? Somehow? I don't. In 15 billion cards? That's weird, but okay. Then, since they are tapped out, I guess 7 cards I would like from you to me. Please? Okay, cool. I guess now we have more cards. That's what we needed. Alright, we're doing it. Kaya actually is another very real win condition if they just stick a Kaya and start upticking it forever, and I can't, like, answer Rusco's on board. Oh, they're absolutely going to try to drain us, but we got the Sunfall. I was trying to find Sunfalls and Kayas to answer the drain issue. Okay. Resolution. More spells. Do I have a land somewhere? We do. Opponent, I would like to exile all of this stuff, I guess. No, I don't really want to use Demolition Field, thank you. I'm good on that front. Okay, I would like to drain you, opponent. They don't actually have white mana up, which is kind of funny. Cool. Big creature, no drain. Given that they don't have white mana up, I guess I play a Rusco? Since they can't reprieve this at the moment? Sauron's Ransom, that's fine. You can have 3 cards or a pig, opponent. They take the 3 cards. Cool. I don't think I care about any of those. 15 cards in deck for the opponent. We're getting there. Rusco. Deal? Deal. Deal? Deal. Lauren. Reprieve? Reprieve. You're very constrained on white sources, opponent. I am too, but you are too. Get lost. Okay. I would like to pig. Do you have negate? Or disdainful... No, you can't disdainful stroke that part of the pig. You can only disdainful stroke the other part of the pig. Okay. 14 cards. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool. Clock, 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 clock. Crossroads, white. Pig. I think I could rob them for close to lethal, but I'm still worried about disdainful stroke. And just removing their ability to shuffle stuff back in is probably more important in the short term. Ransom. Okay. Pig or 3 cards, your pick. You have 1 mana up. I have 7. You have 10 remaining. Okay. Then I will pig. And I will pig. And we will pig. And then I guess I'll pass? Nine cards remaining for the opponent. Sunfall, deal. Lauren. Do I care? Sure. Let's make them spend more white mana to get rid of our clock. Lauren. Do I care? No, probably not. They have 2 mana available, 9 cards in deck. I'm pretty sure I can just robbery, and then they die. Robbery for 9? Have I stolen all of your everything, opponent? All right. My opponent's entire deck is in my hand. Is that good enough to win? I guess that's a win con. Oh, my poor brain. It hurts. How many cards did we have in hand by the end of that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of our cards. You wouldn't think this was a hand of 7 cards by how tiny it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 of our opponent's cards in our hand. You know, I'm going to say, I feel pretty vindicated. I think the Teferi's contingency, like, won game 1 on its own. And I don't know what you're supposed to do post board to make that less completely absurd. Surge of Salvation being a 1-mana counterspell that counters Outrageous Robbery sounds actually pretty cool. Did I have Surge of Salvation in my deck? Did I forget to pour that in? Despite the fact that, like, I said I was 1 card short? Or did we just never draw it? Yo, as your last opponent, found you on YouTube today and built that deck. Hey! Well, thank you very much for perhaps the most confusing mirror match of my life. That was absolutely delightful. I have been very much enjoying this deck, but somehow every time I build a control deck, I'm never remotely prepared for what fresh new psychological what's the way to describe it? Novelties that it will bring. Yeah, okay. This seems fine. Certainly no complaints here. I don't know whether it's better to develop the creature land first or the scry land first. Unclear. I don't want you putting stuff in your graveyard, opponent. So that can just get exiled forever. I think everyone's going to be happier that way. Agatha's Cauldron. Okay. Annoyingly, I can't get lost that. Oh, not the Hobbit Mana Dork. I don't want all of my opponent's creatures being Mana Dorks. I assume this is some Tyvar Roots deck, by the way. Yeah, I've got the Lorien Revealed. I don't think I need lands that badly. Are these good? I assume these are good cards, because I put them in my deck. So I probably put them in my deck to be good. Do I want a basic? Yeah. I'm beginning to think that we've got enough removal that at some point I would just like to hit 7 mana and play Lorien Revealed. So I think we just want lands. Yeah, that's Propagator. You got some more Propagators in the yard. Lots of Propagators. Insidious Roots. Oh dear. Okay, sure. Don't think I actually care all that much. Would like to get rid of Insidious Roots. Would you like to make something in response, opponent? Some sort of creature that dies to Sunfall, perhaps? Actually, maybe I wouldn't even care. Huh. Oh, this gets a counter. So even with the roots gone, it still benefits from Cauldron? That's annoying. Okay. Well, I guess I just have to Sunfall here. Giving them an opening to resolve Tyvar, which I don't love. Prowler, sure. Right. So if they mill Crawler, that's good for them. But they don't have that many permanents in the graveyard, so it could be worse. Roots on top, huh? I think that means I'm probably just gonna have to exile this Cauldron. I don't see myself having a good alternative here. That's a roots. Okay. Ugh. Okay, that's pretty horrific. Need to get rid of cauldrons. How do we get rid of cauldrons? That's pretty bad. Take these three. Got rid of a Rusco. Okay. That's acceptable-ish. Swing and loot. And what did they want a red source for? Sure, that's gone. Oh, I was supposed to get lost the roots in response. Shoot. I forgot the roots actually existed. I was too distracted by the Agatha's Cauldron. That's pretty bad. Was not supposed to let them have a 1-2. Yeah, that was actually the opening I needed. No, I guess it wasn't, because they would just not block with the Prowler at that point. Okay. Well, we do this. This is fun. Oh, wait, they can exile my pig and get that exile ability. Huh. Had not thought about that. That's actually pretty inconvenient, isn't it? Guess I'm supposed to memorialize that? Man, I messed that up bad. I guess them top decking Branch would Prowler meant that it wouldn't matter much either way. But, yeah, I didn't realize that I'm not allowed to put First Little Pig in the graveyard against them. Okay, but they tapped out enough, so if I just draw a lockdown, we're back into okay position. Huh? Oh, you can play lands too. Cool. Lockdown, please. Lockdown, please. Lockdown, please. No? Okay. Yeah. Lockdown, please. Nope. Okay. Well, I imagine I'm probably about to lose this game then. Wildly difficult to manage from here otherwise. Would Would like you to spend more mana on that opponent. Okay. No. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to put that in the graveyard for them, since it gives them might, but I guess they might be 1 mana short. Because they can't give their stuff haste without a Tyvar. Yeah, there's a might. Feels like another opportunity. Yeah, that's a tap land. Okay, so another opportunity to draw Lockdown and maybe just instantly stabilize. Rusco. No, I don't think that's enough. Ransom. Three cards that don't matter, or one unknown card that might be locked down. Yeah, Propagator Primordium that goes basically infinite. Infinite enough to kill us, anyway. I could take the untapped land and the pig. Hit a plant token. Is that hard enough for them to kill us from there? If they find a Tyvar, we die. I don't think there's any way they'd give us untap land plus lockdown. So I think I take this and hope they don't kill me. Was not untap land plus lockdown. I would be surprised if they couldn't kill us here. But we dug about 35 cards deep for any of the 3 lockdowns and couldn't find them, and I guess you're going to lose games where that happens. Did we mill over some of them earlier in the game? Nope. Nope. Okay. Yeah, so they can play an infinitely large number of... Not an infinitely large number. 1 Primordium per 2 mana. And that puts counters on roots. And they have the ability to potentially leave up green mana. And have a might in play. And I would have to draw into removal spell plus untap land plus lockdown to beat that. Crucius. What? Oh, they're just exiling cards without actually playing them. Interesting. I forgot you could do that. Oh, does that mean this actually... No, doesn't go infinite. Do the Prowlers tap for mana? I don't believe so. And they don't have green. So yeah, we actually just get another draw step. Okay. I would like to dig more cards towards lockdown. We have 3 of them. I would desperately love to not lose. Okay. Yeah, no lockdowns in the top 40. Rough luck. Cool. Oh, shucks. Alright, well, I would like more temporary lockdowns. I would like Surge of Salvation. I don't want Outrageous Robbery. I would like Teferi's Contingency. Stern Scolding is probably desirable. Kaya seems unnecessary. Get Lost is probably good, but I don't actually have that many things that I can... play over it. Yeah, we could trim the Sunfall. Because, weirdly enough, Sunfall isn't actually super useful in positions like this, I don't think. They rebuild more or less immediately. Oh, but we do have to worry about Tyvar. That's probably a reason to have more Get Losts. Okay, so no to the Sunfall. No to Reprieves, probably? That seems like a reasonable cut. Sunfall's not terrible. It's hard to gauge whether I would prefer Sunfall over Reprieve. Take the play. It's medium, but okay. We have a Surveil, we have a 2-drop, we have a 3-drop, we have a Rusco. Is Farewell banned? It is rotated. Otherwise, there are a number of decks that I would really like to have Farewell against. Cool. I will accept land. You may have a Prowler. Love, 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 love a Rusco into Stern Scolding. One damage, sure. They took a tap land rather than a fast land, so we kind of assume they have a land to play here that's untapped. Phantasmal Extraction ends up taking Rusco. Deeply sad. I still don't know about playing this Phantasmal Extraction card. It seems really weird to use sideboard space for a card that's so bad when you're on the play. I guess maybe the logic of, like, if you think you're a combo deck that's so strong that you're just planning to win game 1. Kind of makes some amount of sense. I don't know whether I was just supposed to jam Portent there, or take things slow even though I don't have card advantage. Sure. That seems weird. Even you know I have a pig, but deal. Ooh. Okay, new plan. No longer pigging. Now Rusco is my best friend. I do love that Stern Scolding answers might. Propagator, deal. Palantir. Okay. Yeah, I'll happily lose life. You got it. I just want to kill the Primordium so I can get in with Rusco, get more counters on clock, knowing that that makes me weaker to Tyvar. How much do I value my ability to clock? I think we just chill. Think we just chill. I think I'm just going to let them mill with Palantir again and then exile it so that they don't get an opening to resolve anything like a Crucius through the Stern Scolding. Sure. Alright, so what did you want to make an opening for, opponent? No, not that either. Don't really want more lands right now, thank you. Beginning of your upkeep. Forgot that had more abilities, I'm going to be honest. Am I willing to just trade off with the Primordium in this position? With the Rusco? Do I have enough counters on clock for that to be okay? Probably not. They've got enough stuff that... Oh no, they're 1 mana short of Chitness, then Rebuy Might, then Activate Might. Oh, I wanted to set a stop here. Whoops. Oh well. I guess I'll let them burn me. Honestly, maybe it's fine. It's not like I really care about letting them burn me for 7 anyway. I guess I get lost the Primordium at this point because we're going to redraw anyway. Then we just hold up mana. That seems probably correct. Wow. Cool. Great. Okay. Well, we might lose. If they have cards. Yeah. I got cards, opponent. I have some cards. That seems like a reasonable choice. I also would have taken the temporary lockdown there. And it's a bug. That is a 4/4. Cool. Radical. Oh boy. Do I want to blow up this to force them to have a basic? Deck thinning myself has merit. I don't know if it makes a difference necessarily. Well, I want to deck thin no matter what. So I might as well do this when they can't use the mana. Okay. If we draw any removal spell for bat that costs less than 5 mana, we should be okay-ish. Or we could draw a land. Wow, we are actually going to lose this game. And I cannot do anything about it. Okay. There is literally just nothing I can do, is there? Sure. Yep, you gain life. Exiling Might and attacking doesn't actually do anything, is the trouble. And then I don't have a pig activation to get rid of their first roots that they spend mana on. I don't even know what we can draw into that's relevant here. I'm coming away from this matchup feeling like this is a very good matchup. My only regret is that we drew impossibly heinous twice in a row. This can just get activated in response an infinite number of times. What did we exile here? Crucius? Sure. I'd like to force you to commit mana before I decide anything, since you can just exile everything in response anyway. Cauldron, sure. That seems very wrong. Interesting. Crawler exiles a sorcery? Oh, it is! You're right. They just hid the activate as a sorcery in the middle of the phrase instead of at the end like they always do. Okay, yeah, so I was definitely supposed to do this earlier. Whoops. realistically, they only got one more Roots trigger than they were supposed to. 2 more. Okay, fair. Because I was supposed to do it when Agatha's Cauldron was on the stack. I still don't actually know how I can get out of this. I don't know that that does you any good, opponent. Oh, no, that's the duplicate trigger, not the other kind. Okay. Sometimes matchups don't matter. An 80-20 matchup has a 20% for a reason. Still, that felt weirdly encouraging for a game that felt miserable. Which I suppose is what you are hoping for while testing, if you're gonna have to lose some of the time. I do think that matchup, it probably was a lot closer than it looked, because our opponent did misplay frequently. They tapped out or did not hold up might frequently when I would have had no outs if they just held up might. I guess that's a no. Wow. Oh, we're gonna make life hard on me, huh? Okay. I feel like we're entering that stage of deck building when you have become very confident that your deck is excellent, and so it begins trying to prove you wrong. Oh, okay. Stern Scolding's nice. No complaints. Blue-White Warden of the Inner Skies, so this would be artifacts. Ooh, Jeskai? Alright, that's novel. Flash in 1/1s. This might not be artifacts then. This might be Jeskai Convoke? What would you play blue for? Oh, magic, 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 magic. Well, our opponent doesn't seem to be having a particularly clear time of it either. No. That's technically a black source at some point. And I'm going to go with technically a black source right now. If the best thing they could do was convoke a 1 night there, then I feel like I just don't want to give them the body to replay that play this turn. Recruiter. Deal. Deal, 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 deal. Okay, this is beginning to look reasonable-ish. If they go untap land plus recruiter, that's fine. I can take 9. That's not the end of the world. Is there a world where I don't think I'm supposed to expect them to go untap land plus knight, because they would have just gone the untap land before playing the recruiter if they had an untap land. Cool, reprieve. Loving it. Life is good. Got the Black Source on turn 5 exactly when we needed it. I think we're just going to take the blocking pig. I don't foresee myself needing to do too much exiling in this matchup, but perhaps that ends up being wrong and I wind up standing corrected at some point. Sure, Novice Inspector. You got it, opponent. As cool as that giant convoked knight sounds, opponent, I would love you to put it back in your hand and try again next turn. Lands, that's fine. No! Not poor innocent Rusko who never did nothing wrong. Ooh. Ah. The one downside of temporary lockdown is that it does hit pigs, and that is deeply sad. But I do also like blowing up all of my opponent's everything a little too much to resist. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay. We got a midnight clock coming soon, so we're hoping the opponent just doesn't have good answers to midnight clock. What do I say is the best format right now? Standard's really fun. Alchemy is also really fun, but less explored. And I would say it artificially feels less open as a result because formats are less open when there are fewer decks in them by virtue of just fewer people having made decks, or at least they feel more closed as a result. But both those formats are great. I like both. Both good. No! What a blowout! I have been gotten. Did not think Zephyr Sentinel was what Convoke was going to be splashing for. Fair enough. Not remotely on my radar, but fair enough. Somehow, some way, that might actually make me lose. You know what? I don't believe you're going to find an answer to Midnight Clock. I would rather just hold up Restless Anchorage. But I would say a general trend for me in Magic is that I like when games do not have the first couple of turns be impactful. Okay, and if that's what you're going to do. I think it is very difficult for Magic formats to be balanced in a way that make the first 2 turns critically important and not have that inherently mean that more of the result of a game is tied up in what subset of random cards you find early rather than individual play decisions. We're gonna get bonked. We're gonna blow up this 4/4. Yeah, Blue-White Soldiers ran Zephyr Sentinel. That is true. But this does not strike me as, like, very powerful. Like, it's just kind of slow, is it not? Because it feels like it's very slow and I'm getting infinity time to do everything I want and they're not pressuring me in the slightest. And I have to imagine the mana base is contributing to that. Somehow, we are close to killing our opponent, which is strange because I don't remember having ever attacked them. I think they have done like 8 damage to themselves with their mana base. I believe they have left themselves dead. I guess not technically dead on board. Just like dead to anything. Okay, I guess I'm gonna kill them. Really wish I could have outrageous robberied for lethal there. That would have been the cool move, wouldn't it? Okay, so probably not outrageous robberies, probably not Kaya, probably temporary lockdown, probably not Teferi's contingency, because I would be willing to bet there are 4 of Cavern of Souls deck, naming humans. Probably some Sunfalls. I probably do not need the 4th Sunfall. I do not know why I have 4 Sunfalls in my deck. Do I want the 4th Sunfall? Do I have any reason why I would want the 4th Sunfall? Do I want it here? I feel like there's a good chance I just want the Lorien revealed instead and just go up. Does it match up with much with your prep? Yeah. I generally tend to think just playing random games on ladder is surprisingly good prep if you are prepping for how your deck is built rather than how to play your deck. Honestly, both. Like, I'm not going to devise any super in-depth anti-meta sideboard plans doing it this way. And I'm not going to learn crazy in-depth details about how matchups back and forth are going to play out the same way I would if I was, like, testing with somebody who was very good at a deck and had experience with it. But this isn't a format where I'm going to be playing against known meta decks. So, in a sense, I kind of like testing against the sort of weird figuring stuff out on the fly scenarios that I am going to wind up against when it comes time to actually play the tournament this weekend. Okay, well, if we draw Stern Scolding, then I just get to do this instead. Porcine Portent. Is that good here? I guess it's card advantage, sort of. So probably. Knight Errant, yeah. We weren't going to be able to deal with that with a counter spell because of the Cavern of Souls on human anyway. Let's just get rid of that knight before the opponent untaps. Attack, 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 nothing? Really? Okay. Oh, what do I think my opponent's up to here? I think they're up to I pass. They just make a Murex token. Radical. The cat is talking. He kind of wants to be let in, but he probably doesn't actually. He doesn't really. He just sort of does. Okay, what's happening? Nothing? Cool. I will happily take 3. That does not seem threatening. I would like to hit land drops, please, opponent. I would really like repeal plus untap land to punish the fact that they only have a single blue here. Because then we would be able to go... Well, I guess it has to be untapped white land. We will take the 2 face-down cards. Tap land. Okay. Plus a temporary lockdown. Can I live with that? Hi. Hello. What? Yeah? Good for you. Alright, let's just play the temporary lockdown and get the Zephyr Sentinel out of their hand, I guess. Or not. Yeah, I guess it's not necessarily the case that they want to trade the Warden for the lockdown. But at this point, with a duplicate lockdown, I'd like to get them to play into the lockdown if possible. But if all they do is make a Mirrex token, I feel like that scaling into the late game works well for me. Would not mind drawing a field to hit the cavern. 2 Mirrex is not really substantially different from 1. That is a field. Is now when we use it? I believe now is probably when we use it. They don't even activate the Mirrex. Interesting. I guess should I set a stop on their upkeep to cavern on their upkeep? Wizard. Huh. Okay. Opponent says do nothing. Attack. So what will you do if I block? Were you just expecting me to be so dedicated to Field of Ruining that I wouldn't animate and block? We would get lost, is the idea. I see. Well... Suppose I could No More Lies that, and then lock down again. Nah, this is probably fine. Don't think I need to. There's our reprieve, but now they actually have the second blue, which is kind of sad. Good pig here. Probably want to pig after lockdowning, though. Alright, I think we chill. They just spend time Mirrexing again. Okay. Are they holding up something? I don't know. I don't know how much stuff they could be holding up, to be honest. So you saw me demonstrate that I was willing to just fire up Restless Reef before, opponent. What do you think about now? You think that I still wouldn't... Okay. Are we going to get Lost the Restless Reef this time? No, we're going to Tidebinder it. That's cute. Also a wizard. Also cute. Creature or planeswalker is countered that way. So I'm not going to lose all the abilities on the land. Seems fine to me, to be honest. I think I'd probably just get Lost the Tidebinder here. And then cast Lockdown. Lack of a second white source is being a tiny bit funky. But I suppose I could fix that here. Should have done this before playing the Lockdown, actually. It's a somewhat substantial error. Yeah, okay, wouldn't have mattered. Mostly only would have mattered if they flashed in the Zephyr Sentinel. Okay, so humans are back to being counterable again. Yeah, if they counter the attack trigger is when it stops being a creature anymore. Hi, kitty. Alright, let's pig. I think we take first little pig for the ability to exile mites, which weirdly has the potential to be relevant if they hit an untap land and start making 2 mites a turn. More relevant than the ability to give the other one bonus power and flying. I don't love them getting the ability to fizzle this portent. Oh, but they can't play Zephyr Sentinel, because this is on wizards, and this isn't a wizard. Okay, so they would have to play a removal spell on their own might, which I think is a 1-for-1 I'm willing to accept. Yeah, okay. Oh, you just want me for my toilet. In and out, in and out, in and out. They're debating it, though. I'm assuming they have a get lost. Or they lost connection. All of these things are possible. Alright, we did it. 2 reprieves. Neat. Okay. Well, I would like more blocker pigs. Tidebinder. Uncounterable. Shucks, that'd be awful. You can have that back. Do I want a flying pig? I don't think so. I think I still just want pigs that kill mites. Okay, you have a mite. I have a pig. Whose clock is better, pig or mite? Gleeful demolition. Wow. I assume that means I'm about to get Imidane's recruited. Oh, but I get that side of Imidane's recruited, huh? Funky. Very well. If I wanted to make an opponent maybe dead, how realistic would that be? Try to decide if I should animate that land and attack. I don't think so. I feel like it's pretty hard for them to kill me here. Novice recruiter. No thank you. Imidane's recruiter. No thank you. So if I animate Restless Reef, they play Tidebinder, I reprieve the Tidebinder, I untap, I get lost a 2/2, I animate Restless Reef, I swing for lethal. Sounds like lethal to me. And look at that, plenty of life to spare. And all of the math was correct the whole time. Whee! I started second guessing myself there and went, wait, can they block 8 of the damage with one creature instead of 4? Oh no! No, that's not how math works. You were right the first time. Ah, but it wouldn't be magic if you didn't panic and second guess your correct decisions. The Tidebinders were actually pretty interesting there. I'm not sure about the bouncy soldiers, but I guess if you're on Four Cavern, they... I don't know. It's not a lot of rectangles for a card, but... But the Tidebinders did seem like they would have some really cool utility, especially since they counter lockdown. That is a pretty cool post-board angle you get to take. No blue. What white black nonsense doth be up here? Cackling Observer, but I hate that card. This is like possibly the best card that I don't see that frequently, and it's kind of confusing. Oh, shoot. Right, because that is also a reason why I was thinking that I didn't want to let them take the cheap card, because then I wouldn't get anything. But you can't. You have to let them take the card before they remove it. This card's so good. But really only fits in aggro, but it's so good. Okay. The good news is, despite massively punishing myself, I think we might still be fine because I'm going to play a Rusco, and we will see how many answers to a resolved clock they have. Only time will tell. Well, that sucks. Bye-bye, Sunfall. I guess I'm attacking with Rusco here? Don't know what else I'm doing. What am I supposed to do about you, you fantastic piece of cardboard? I really wish I had a Stern Scolding off that first Cackling Observer by not messing up. Yeah, Russ go down. That sure looks pretty bad. I'm not technically dead. I'm only mostly guaranteed to be dead. But the opponent could have nothing. I feel pretty good about this matchup in general, just solely on the strength of Stern Scolding is insanely good against them. But we do got to find the Stern Scoldings to leverage the power of Stern Scolding. – I don't think that's doing it. Alright. Is the deck list working? It should. Is it not? That looks correct to me. I believe. We'll take out the outrageous robberies. Do I want to play Surge of Salvation? Is it worth it just to counter Juggernaut Peddlers? Counters Juggernaut Peddlers for cheap. That's something. Kaya can probably go away. Maybe Kaya doesn't go away? I assume I actually do want all 4 Sunfalls here. Teferi's Contingency feels kind of meh. Temporary Lockdown's probably only a 3 of. Get Lost seems suitable as a 2 of. Says the site can't be reached. Weird. That link is working for me. I'm not sure what would have caused that. Kaya is kind of a win con, but I wonder if it's a win con past the point where I need my win cons to kick into gear. I probably want Surge of Salvation. I don't know if I want to. We'll go with the 1. No. Yeah, between matchups, the link doesn't always update, but it usually takes you to a page regardless. Huh. Yeah, I didn't get any kind of error like that. That might be a specific browser? If the URL shortener is not certified properly with one browser or another? I don't think this is going to be a pleasant game to have mulliganed. What do you have at instant speed in these colors? Oh, right, sure. Okay. Nah. Okay. There's a real magic card. Now we're getting somewhere. We're not getting a lot of somewheres, but we're getting some somewheres. Okay. Lack of white sources could be kind of weird here, but this could be worse, technically. Okay. I think I'm actually supposed to hold off on paying that pig, which might kind of inform the opponent what's afoot. Do you have a protection spell now, opponent? No! Interesting. Am I just going to get infinite pig value? Is such a thing possible? Wow. Considering how horrible this started off, we have been spiraling into good top decks. I mean, not even great top decks for a while. It's just like, pig is so good against derpy hands. Goodness gracious. Yeah, well, you know what? That's not that insane. I guess I kind of understand valuing getting rid of the pig more than getting rid of Rusco. Bonus definitely got more cards than us, but let it not be said that we don't have okay top decks. What could you have here? I was gonna say, the Wandering Ember ain't in the format. Well, we tried. That almost looked good for a hot minute there. I really needed Rusco to be a 4/4 so we could trade with that Radic. I really am sad that that made them equal on life total. What did the other pigs do? One of the pigs, the second pig is a 2/3 that you can pay 4 mana to perpetually give it +2/+1 and flying. And the third pig doesn't do anything. Cool. Cool. I think we're on Sunfall or Bust at this point. I think we're on Sunfall and Bust at this point. I feel like they kind of misplayed that, because I missed that their alt art was actually a creature land. They probably were just not supposed to kill my land and then win the game by killing my Rusco. But as it stands, can't win games when you don't draw cards. I spoke too soon when I said that was looking good for a second, because it was looking surprisingly good off of the strength of exactly 3 cards and 8 lands, and then it stopped looking good off the strength of 3 cards and 11 lands. We gave it a try, though. Retrieve Socks. He just let himself out. Sadly. It's one of the, perhaps, weaknesses, so to speak, of Socks deciding to let himself in and let himself out, is that he is always coming and going, if that is how things play out. Scanned? Absolutely. It is completely a roulette wheel. And isn't gambling more fun than not gambling? This is beginning to look like we might have a problem. Ah, yes. Real magic cards. Those things that didn't exist last game. Here they all are. If only I had thought to draw them last game and this game in equal quantities. Foolish me to have missed such an easy exploit. Ooh, all right. Very well, opponent, what you got? The answer appears to be nothing, which is an interesting answer. But I will happily take my blue source. Hey! Not missing the land drop. Look at that! Wow! Alright. Okay. Magic? Maybe? Crucius. Fine. Perilous iteration. Acceptable. Would like Crucius to go away. You may discard those cards. That is fine with me. Oh, bummer. I would really not like to miss this land drop. Shove aside. What? Didn't they go Crucius cast Perilous next turns? Oh, they discarded this to hand size, not to the Perilous iteration. Got it. Okay, now things make more sense. I think I just ransom and try to hit the land drop. I don't think missing this land drop goes well for me, even though I'm giving him an opening to resolve stuff. If the only interaction I'm holding up is Porcine Portent, I don't think that's enough. Rusco plus White Source. I will just have to take the land. Oh, Stern Scolding plus a land. No, it was the dream. The dream. Okay, was not really the dream if Overcooked is all the opponent's going to do. Perilous iteration, sure. So Overcooked doesn't do anything relevant. That sounds fine to me. Yeah, I think I'd probably just want the land. I'd probably take the opportunity to Rusco here to set up for the best possible temporary lockdown next turn, more or less. Or maybe I'm just pigging the Overcooked next turn. Maybe that's the line. Banditry for 0. Okay. Shove aside the Rusco. Get a treasure, trigger Overcooked, deal. Jarsel. Yeah, Jarsel's annoying. Mini partings, make food token. Okay. Oh, I'm a white source short of killing the Jarsel. I see. Huh. Shoot, that's bad. Because I do have to kill the Jarsel. I'm not allowed to not kill the Jarsel. Okay, guess I have to Rusco then. This still doesn't leave me enough white sources to do everything that I want to do next turn, but we're just going to have to leave that Overcooked in play for a hot minute. If you see someone cast Ransom main phase like that, is it the right play to put one face-up land in one pile and 3 face-down in the other? Maybe. I mean, like, it's super situational, which is kind of why the card's interesting. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Deeply short on white sources, which is kind of annoying. White. No. Undo. Black. Ransom. Attempt to find any tapped white source to play here. Ideally. So we have 6 treasures, so they can fling 3 things at me for 3 damage. So we're taking 9, plus 3 from Crucius is 12. That's acceptable-ish. Yeah, that is the only reason, but it could always be more complicated than that. That is still no white sources. Wow. Still, the pig to get rid of Crucius is nice. Yep. I take a 3. And I take a 3. Oh, and they sacked the treasure wrong, so they didn't actually get to do all of the damage to us. Delightful. And the big means we're not taking this 3, so suddenly my position seems actually quite reasonable. Up until they blow up temporary lockdown, but until then, that's a Jarsel. Do they have a might? They do not have a might. Delightful. I love not playing against might.
Go on. Impress me.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I do so wish that I had more white sources. Actually, maybe I should try to fix that. Maybe I should have tried to fix that before we did the rest of this. Feels like Esper's too slow against Convoke. I don't think so. Like, the fact that you have Stern Scolding, which is such a massive blowout against them, is kind of just fine. Mostly just fine, IMO. I will take... Okay. Still not white sources, but... Eh. Made a mistake grabbing the second blue source when you demolish their land. No, right? Because I have a plains, so I couldn't have gotten a white source. I don't know if I had a plains in play at that point, but
Eyes open. Steer.
it would not have made a difference where we are at now, at the least. Even with 4 Scolding, it feels situational. I mean, you have a lot of 2-mana interaction and a lot of board wipes and a lot of good, efficient card advantage. I have not felt bad against them. The fact that, like, every 3-drop they have gets countered by Stern Scolding is just so nice. Okay, pig down. Okay, Crucius sad. Halfling sad. I really cannot highlight how much I would like to have more white sources. You know what? Totally fine. Why did we not attack for, like, 7, by the way? Oh, to protect the Jaya from the Restless Reef, which I actually get to do now, come to think of it. You make a good point, opponent. That actually was a really good reason to not attack, so I would love to attack. I would have totally missed that if they hadn't made what seemed like a strange play. What's your win rate against Convoke specifically? I don't know. I do not pay attention to win rate in matchups. I think that you need to play like 70 to 80 matchups without decks change, 70 to 80 games with decks not changing the deck lists, and after the point where both players have like perfect understanding of what they're supposed to be doing, to actually gauge what a win rate really is. So like, I am comfortable saying a matchup is 70% in my favor off of vibes, while my actual win rate was 30%, because the vibes you get, or this is going to sound conceited, but I think being able to evaluate the vibes of a matchup is a skill set that you develop that is a lot more useful than win rate. What are we playing against? The food deck. So I wanted contingencies. I didn't want robberies. I'm uncertain if I want Kaya. Maybe I want Kaya. I probably don't want Kaya. Sunfall could be okay. Stern Scolding is reasonable. Get Lost I actively want. Then I have to cut cards, and this is always the hard part. Okay, let's trim a Sunfall. And what else? A No More Lies, maybe? We'll call that reasonable. Like, I think it is a lot more useful to develop an idea for what you think the average curve outs of two decks against one another look like, which is a skill set the human brain is insanely bad at, but it is still somewhat better than trying to rely on actual data, which is infinitely small sample size to the point of uselessness. Okay. Seems bad, but it's also an answer to a 3-drop enchantment, which I kind of just need. The current plan is sort of just Pig Haywire Might on 3, then Temporary Lockdown on 4. Oh, I am so lucky that they couldn't jam a 3-drop here. Means that they're... Wait, what? They had an untapped land. Oh, they hit Jaya instead of a real 3-drop. Oh, that's what happened. I'm sorry, opponent. My condolences. I didn't actually consider the fact that them having a food would mean they could fizzle my porcine portent. Am I still just going to fire off the pig here regardless because it kills the might and taps them out of Mirex? Huh. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Puts in the graveyard for Jarsel later, which is a bummer, but we do what we must do. Stern Scolding? Yes. It was buffed. Oh, how did they buff it? Did you originally have to exile Haywire Might, or did they buff it by just adding a toughness and one more life? One toughness and one life. Okay. That's what I thought. My opponent's not doing a lot, which feels like that should be excellent for me. Get Lost in Pig. Or 2 unknown cards. I gotta just take the good cards. Oh, wait, no, I did know that one of those was Stern Scolding, didn't I? Right. I forgot that we hadn't actually drawn that yet. those sterns... I think it's probably still correct to take the pig. I will accept the bonk. If the opponent passes and does nothing, I will exile the Might and see what they have to say about it. You know what? Maybe I didn't need to do that given that I drew a Demolition Field, come to think of it. They've got a finite number of Mights that they can actually throw at me. They attack... Do I animate an anchorage and block? I think I do. Kind of assuming they're going to interact with me here, but we're also just going to assume that's fine. They brought in a braid? I guess, maybe? I don't know. I've got a Sunfall, so as long as they don't Jaya me, I got Get Lost. I don't even know if I'm worried about Jaya. What am I worried about here? I'm not sure what I'm worried about here. I am potentially worried about not drawing lands. I guess that's kind of true. Am I worried about you? I don't think so. Alright, well. Let's just give them the old Sunfall. I'm pretty sure that there's a chance they wanted to sack that Might there to deny me 2 on the Incubator. Nissa. Wowzers. Schwanky. Well, that's a big old thingy. Alright, I would like you to go away. Am I just supposed to take this hit, or am I supposed to block it? Am I supposed to Get Lost it? So we know they're top decking a hand hate spell. What does that imply to me? I could just fire up the Dread Reef and trade, but that seems probably like the worst option available to me. I think I just Get Lost it. I don't think I want you to have a Crucius opponent. I think I'm just going to let them take these temporary lockdowns and completely... Oh, okay. Sure. Spoilers, I didn't have good cards in hand, necessarily, but I guess they didn't either. If you kill a creature that is targeted by a map, does it still explore? No. Because the map ability reads target, so the target not being there causes the ability to fizzle. So weird, next year we're getting Marvel Universes Beyond, while Marvel has Snap as an MTGA contender. It's also weird that Marvel is owned by Disney, and Disney has Lorcana as an MTG competitor. And I think that they, at this point... I suspect the people making those decisions don't have any clue what a TCG is and don't realize they're direct competitors. But, I don't know. But if it has ETB Explore and you kill it, it explores because not targeted? Yes, exactly. Oof. Okay. Full disclosure. We are rapidly approaching the point of the stream where I am getting the urge to sign off. I've been playing Unicorn Overlord. Overlord. Unicorn Overlord. And that game is strongly on my mind. Can I keep this? What's the worst that could happen? Which is to say I want to go play it. I am Ogre Battle 64 is a game almost nobody listening to this is going to know anything about, or they're going to confuse it with like the Final Fantasy Tactics-esque other Ogre Battle games. But specifically Ogre Battle 64 was a huge part of my childhood. It was like my favorite N64 game ever. And I am so deeply nostalgic for a game that actually harkens back to it. It was probably the progenitor of the auto-battler genre. Like, 15 years before anybody else ever copied it. Oh, we drew the land. Gosh, I love being lucky. Love that we kept a two-lander nightmare hand in a matchup that is like the worst possible idea I could have ever had, and it is completely worked out with perfect draws the entire way through. Alas, we have finally failed. This is still potentially very reasonable, though. What does blue-white draw-go look like in this format? That's so interesting. Radical. Because I don't know what you do at instant speed with their deck. How do you play draw-go matchups without meaningful things to do at instant speed? Yeah, well, just doing literally nothing and failing to miss land drops is a good start. Okay. Is there no Emperor? There is no Emperor. Pretty much the entire reason we're playing black, other than Rusko and Pig, is just so we have more instant speed spells. And I don't know what ones... Yeah, there's Silver Scrutiny. Yeah, there's like an assembly of bad instant speed card draw spells that they haven't played. Ugh. Well... we are failing for the time being. I wish I knew more about what kind of threats my opponent could actually be threatening. Okay. Yeah, that's draw two. I guess that is how far down into the bottom of the barrel we are stretching. I mean, these aren't bad spells, but I must hit land drops, deck. We're falling catastrophically far behind here. Yeah, there's another one. Alright. I wish I knew how they were actually going to kill me, because I can't concede here, because their win cons might actually be bad enough that we can still just beat them. Alright. Lands. Fantastic. Yeah, that's true. They could just be Jace. If that's the case, that'll actually be really hard to deal with. Or at least, it'll be hard to deal with from this position. It will not be hard to deal with in general. It should actually be, like, wildly easy in general. I'd like to draw 2 of your cards, please, opponent. Well, Stern Scolding's terrible, but I'll take a land at this point. That is, in fact, exactly how desperate I am. Okay, Murex is an issue. No, I think I wait on a turn before jamming Rusco. Think I can do this now? I don't actually think they have reasonable ways to punish me at sorcery speed for this. Oh, that's cute. Sack it? Sure. It's a pretty high amount of value, opponent. Presumably it's kind of worth fighting over. Presumably this is kind of worth fighting over too. Alright, so we get to resolve a Rusco and then find out what that means. Weirdly enough, I think that was actually all worth it to me. Like, I ended up massively behind on resources, but that's kind of irrelevant compared to just... Oh, do you have 2 reprieves? Yeah, you do. Alright, never mind. Suppose that's not surprising. 4, still 3 mana. Shoot. Alright, well, I gotta just jam the Ruscos then. Sure. Sure. Alright, how many spells do you still have, opponent? It's not impossible to win this from here on card advantage. 5, 6, 7, still 1 short. Okay. I kind of just needed to go for the Ruscos there, because them not having found that many counter spells in that amount of time was more or less my only opening at that point. At a point you get so far behind, you just have to make the opponent have counter spells, or you lose the game. Or have counter spells, and you lose the game. Yeah, that was pretty rough. But the matchup should be wildly favored for us, because we're playing pretty much the same deck, except our cards are better and cheaper. But like most control mirrors, I do expect that to just pretty much always come down to who misses land drops first. Yet he's mostly just supposed to be that we're better at not missing land drops because of ransom. Bonk, 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 bonk. Without black mana, I guess I don't actually need Surge of Salvation, do I? Which means I get to keep in Get Lost, which probably isn't actually helpful. Except I don't think it... I guess it hits lands that have animated, which might be relevant against Kaya. I feel like maybe I'm supposed to be sideboarding in Surge of Salvation here. Alright, we will take the play. We will keep the hand that has lands. Wait, did I? Okay, I did bring in 2 Duresses. That's what I thought. Alright, we would like to draw instant speed card draw. That would be helpful. I would desperately like to force my opponent to tap mana on their turn. Okay. Would like to find some instant speed card draw. How many disdainful strokes did I board in? Just 1. Okay, that's what I thought. Perfect. We will accept this. Show me what you're working with, opponent. Would still prefer instant speed card draw to this, but reprieve. Fine. Would still like to duress you, though. And when you negate, you're not going to negate. Okay. Ooh, literally nothing? Fantastic. I love literally nothing. It's my favorite. I'm now going to hope you have not top-decked an answer to a Rusco. Wish this had been untapped so that we could have answered a top-decked answer to Rusco, but, you know. We do what we must. Hey, got there. Alright, that should be this game. Would it have been good to slam Rusco against blue-blue? Probably wouldn't have had any counters. Disdainful Stroke is what I would have put them on. Which I think is pretty reasonable for them to board in post-board. No. Did you find a counterspell, opponent? Are you willing to use it now? Okay. You have a shark. I have a draw step. I would like to remove your shark. Do you have a counterspell? You have a negate. I'd like to make all of your negates cost more mana. Now you do not have shark. Cool. I would love to attack. Why do I still have Sunfall? I didn't cut that, huh? I shouldn't have Sunfall. It took me a little bit to notice. Blue. No. Did you top deck a counterspell, opponent? Nope. Okay, cool. Game 3. Whee! The power of duress. Even when it whiffs, it still feels good. Okay, no Sunfall, please. So that's interesting, huh? Chrome Host is a target for Stern Scolding. Am I supposed to play Get Lost or Stern Scolding in that case? I think Stern Scolding is probably, as a one of, likely to get... It's less flexible, but the potential blowout is a lot higher. Okay. Weirdly enough, I don't want that land, which should probably be telling quite a bit of information to the opponent. I think I'm not supposed to fire off duress here because I don't want them slamming the shark. I would like to bluff. I think I would like them countering this rather than playing deduce. Oh, but I should have held... No, that was very bad. I should have held priority. Not bluffing there is a whoopsie. Okay. Having seen 0 copies of Sauron's Ransom is rough. I do not love that. I do not love that I am not holding full control. Is Spell Pierce legal in this format? It is unclear to me. No, that is good to know. Did they just miss a land drop? Oh. Superb. Oh, magic. Beautiful, wonderful, stellar, lovely magic. All right. Tidebinder. Huh. All right. That's interesting. Yeah, I'd probably like to respond to that with Ransom. Not totally surprised if this eats a negate. Fine enough. Okay. So I should have actually played 2 Stern Scoldings is what I'm hearing. Useful to know for the future. Cool. Okay. It's not entirely unlikely they let that resolve because they have reprieves in hand, though. I think I can't actually afford that right now. Okay. This is about to get weirdly hard. Okay. No. Man, all we needed was any counterspell there. Alright, well, lose game 1 and game 3 to the opposite side of the equation. What are you gonna do? I got so excited when he drew that Sauron's Ransom, and it just did not matter from there on out. There's a real magic card, but too little too late. They're playing as if I actually have cards, though. And that is actually giving me openings to draw actual cards. No, but they're willing to go for it. Okay. There's multiple turns where I'm like one card away from being able to anything. Big mistake here was definitely not boarding in more Stern Scoldings. That will be very useful to know for the future. Oh, fair. I had to lift my attack first. Alright. Well, that was stupid. But I did. Once again, we are not walking away from that feeling bad about the matchup. There is a Sox meowing. He is not meowing nearby, at least at the moment, but he is meowing. If I go open the door, is he going to walk over this direction? Yeah, you are. All right. I feel like we should not be running this dry and flooding this much with a 25 to 27 land deck with functionally modal cards. It is kind of silly. Like, okay, yeah, what about this? What about hands that just, like, have every card you need? This is already better than, like, every card we drew last game. Is this just variance? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what I am grappling with. it is pretty much just variance. But you have to stop and ask yourself, is this just variance? Is this just a long string of variance? And oftentimes the answer is yes, but you do still kind of have to grapple with it. The alternative of never grappling with it does not necessarily result in being a better Magic player. Hi. Yeah? You're just gonna start purring all on your own, huh? Oh, I see. We have a Lorien revealed, technically. What's got your nose so orange? Did you get in curry? What about the rest of your... No, it's just your nose. Did you dip your nose in curry? What's going on, buddy? What were you up to? Nah. I want to land, but I want a better land than that. Presumably the bronze player has been sitting around doing nothing for a very long while. Chrome Host? Wait, that's a real magic card. Why did I let that resolve instead of casting Sauron's Ransom in response? I believe I am... how do the kids say out of it? Hi, yeah, hi. Hi, buddy. Oh yeah, I agree that they are probably playing a budget deck. But the thing that happens is that the Alchemy queues are completely dead at low levels, because those players just play casual or standard. So somebody will queue up in Alchemy for a very, 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 very long time, sit around for 10 minutes, and then eventually get queued up against somebody in Mythic. Because from their end, the algorithm, or whatever you want to call it, does not look for two players who have been sitting in the queue forever. If one player has been sitting in the queue forever, it just matches them with somebody instantly, no matter what. Can I just do this? Yeah, I don't know. I will take this pile that has an answer to the Chrome Host. Oh, the other pile also had an answer to the Chrome Host. I begin to understand the conundrum you faced, opponent. Alright, I'll chill. I'm willing to just trade the Rusko with the Electrostatic. I really just want to play Growth Spiral in this deck, which is hard, because I think you need green mana to play Growth Spiral. Oh no! My Rusko! He die! I'm sad. I figured forcing them to either remove Rusko or attack into Rusko and tap out when I've got this face-up Sunfall is more valuable than looting. Especially when I don't actually have any cards I want to discard anyway. I don't know. Because, like, the opponent's demonstrated having Lightning Strike in their deck, right? So, if they tap out to deal with Rusko, then I'm just gonna, like, I don't know, draw 6 cards from their deck. I don't know what I was expecting. But it turns out drawing 6 cards from their deck wasn't actually very good. I don't know why I thought that was going to be a blowout. I think my brain stopped for the evening. I think we're at that point of the night. That is true. Oh no, my clock. Oh, it's wizards. Okay. You're not a wizard. You're not a wizard. You're not wizards. It's a wizard! There's one wizard. We have a wizard. He's wizarding. And that's a wizard too. Alright. We've got a real game, opponent. Aw, shucks. I'm on the back foot now. So, temporary lockdown and then third path and then like other stuff. I don't know. Shoo. Shoo. You. Alright, let's play Protect the Third Path Iconoclast. That's a good game, right? Absolutely not. I protect my third path Iconoclast. That's what my deck's all about. You can't kill this Iconoclast. Not when I play 1-mana protection spells. I guess. Incubate 3, draw a card. Very well. I don't know, let's get tap lands out of the deck or something. I would like to make some creatures. I would like to, I don't know, make some creatures. I would like to draw some cards. Radical. Alright, we did the thing. I want more Stern Scoldings. I don't think I need the third Stern Scolding, probably. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have a board state. I guess. Third Path Iconoclast's a much better card when you don't actually have to pay colors of mana for it. I don't really remember what that does, but I don't want to find out. That's a big boy. Okay. That's a big boy. Alright. You know what, opponent? Respect. Respect. So block, take 5, 9? Not lethal? Does not sound like lethal. Alright, I will be engaging in large attack, make opponent life low. Opponent block big things, take small damage. Small damage make opponent go to 7. Sunfall make big creature, bigger than 7. Good, good, good. Land played? Land already played. Good. Good. No get more land. Opponent gain life. Wait. 9's still bigger than 8. Phew. Big creature play. Fine. Big creature get ham. 9 bigger than 8? Nine larger than 8. Confirm. Iconoclast good. Want Iconoclast in deck. Big cards boring? Counterspell boring. Stern Scolding good? Sure. Cut removal. Play protection. More land? Good. Sunfall. Magic card. Okay. Yeah, Monastery Mentor is an interesting alternative some of the time to Chromos Seed Shark. I was kind of debating it for Control Mirrors, but it would only be post-board because you can't run it into Stern Scolding pre-board, and I'm not really sure what to think of that. I think that it's mostly just not worth it compared to like having a Duress for the most part. Mana good. Card draw good. Interaction no? Fine? Probably. Stern Scolding good. Turn late maybe. Still fine. Still good. Oh no. Still fine. Still fine. Cast many spells. Put lots counter. Can't Stern Scolding spells. Sad. Can't Stern Scolding draw to. Sad. Not Black Source. Bad. Problem. Oh dear. Maybe mistake. Definitely mistake. Oops. Hit fine. Top deck board wipe. All good. Never punish. Easy game. Whoa. Card scary. 1 mana counter good. Counterspell scary. Be coward instead. Good. Oh, big. Counterspell find? Counterspell found! No counter, not scary. Opponent hand small. Chris happy. Rip Rusco. Ah, big! Big is large. Scary, maybe. Life total finite. Not take cards, nothing do. 1, 4. 3 cost? Lies pay? Draw opponent card. Answer terror? Answer terror. Ooh. Wizards. A2. Copy spell, blow up 2 cards. Think. Maybe. Lightning strike face, bad. Problem. Sad. Oops. Oh well. Copy, draw, kill, jump. Good card? Good card. Did it! Yay! Enough cards? Maybe. Hand size? Scam. Okay. Scold? Ugh. No. Scary. Okay. Boop. 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 No. Bad. No want. Stop. Okay. Draw cards. Trade? Nah. Cards? Yeah. Damage face. Yeah, I'm fading kind of fast. We are probably not going to be going for much longer after this match. But that is what they invented VODs for, if nothing else, right? Pig ring. Hero pig. Smart and strong. Pig ring. Name? Henwen. Remember. Long time. Good pig. 3/3 good. Save 3/3. Draw card. Draw card. Make card, do drain, animate, land. Hopefully lethal. Yep, it's lethal. Probably did not count. Haste? No. Land? Yes. Animate, land, swing. Sure. Animate, land, swing. Sure. Combat, attack, mill, loot. Oh, wait. Pig lethal. Three more damage. Pig strong. Strongest creature. Nature's mightiest. Maybe overkill. Not important. Strong pig. Good pig. Oh boy. I don't know what else to do when we get matched up against bronze decks. I mean, kudos to them. That was a coherent deck. It made sense. It was like very, very, very clearly making concessions to their available card pool, but the cards they included were mostly synergistic and played to similar strategies. They built a reasonable deck out of what they had. I don't think that's the basic arena deck, because that was like Alchemy stuff. They had Flames of Arnor, which is a legitimately very good card. They had Gandalf, that I don't know if it's good, but it was synergistic with Flame of Arnor. They might have taken the basic deck and started adding Alchemy cards to it, maybe? That might have been what was going on. But I don't think those have Alchemy cards by default. Either way, deck continues to feel good. I might figure out a way to get a third Lorien revealed into the main deck so that we can, I don't know, maybe deal better with flooding. It's hard to say. I don't like the idea of playing Deduce with temporary lockdown, but maybe Deduce post board for control mirrors wouldn't be terrible. It continues to feel like control mirrors are the only thing that feels actually tough, and also losing to our land ratios is tough, but eh. Now the basic arena deck has alchemy cards. That would be weird if that was the case, that they're prioritizing alchemy for newer players and the alchemy queues are still that dry. Surprising if that's the case. Why does this say I have 23 blue sources? Could that possibly be the case? It is the case. Am I supposed to play some white-black lands? Is that partially why so much of my mana has been going awkwardly? Oh, it's because I replaced white-black lands with island fetches for Lorien Revealed, which probably was supposed to mean that I don't play this many islands and start playing more white-black creature lands. Okay, well, I might end up retooling the mana base a little bit in that case. That's informative. Yeah, I think that I'm not supposed to be playing the Underground River. I know, we're gonna feed you. We're wrapping up. Please, patience. Is that okay? I promise. No? Oh, wow, that is the stinkiest stink eye. And the Restless Anchorage. And maybe an island. Add a plains. I know, we're wrapping up, I promise. I just want to get the land base figured out before I forget that this was something we needed to do. I promise. I promise. White, black. So one Restless Fortress and a Caves of Koilos. That should dramatically improve mana issues, if nothing else. Alright. White, black. Creature land's awful. It's not as good as the others, but... Is that or a pain land? Well, yeah, maybe we just play the pain land then. It's probably not the end of the world. In fact, I don't think that I would hate having more painless lands. I don't know if we really care about going up above 2 creature lands either. That's not really the metric that we win most any games on, really. So, maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine. Alright, let's find somebody to raid, and then I can go put food in Cat and myself. That is not the list of people who are streaming on Twitch, that is just me. Okay. In that case, is anyone playing Alchemy? Anyone playing Alchemy? Anyone playing Alchemy? It does not look like it. Alright, well, let's see what Asian Avenger's up to then. Alrighty. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Yeah, Untapped won't update, but I made only minor mana base changes, so you can go look at the VOD if you want to see it. It was just small tweaks, but it should improve things a little bit. Not really the flooding and the lack of mana, but the white source consistency that we were occasionally stumbling into, where we wanted a second or third white source and didn't find it, which should be slightly better. Anyway, take care, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Doodles. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Why is it not giving... Why is it not making the button to raid large enough to actually click instead of saying... There we go. Okay. Bye.